Hard lie. How's it going in Cincinnati there, Nikki? Oh, you guys got some weather out there too, I guess? I know we just had about 2, 3 inches of snow drop overnight, just when we're looking like we're having a nice spring weather out there. That should not be coming through. Why is it coming through? That's why. There we go. All right, so what we're going to be looking at here, guys, for the rest of the day is some campaign game number 3 from Festung Budapest. We're going to be doing City of Eternal Heroes, trying out my solitaire rules with the access in defense. And this is going to be the first initial scenario. So we are looking at the 2 maps for the south, east, and west. And we're not going to be dealing too much with the southeast right now. We're going to have to get onto the board first. And my plan, just so we know what's going down, is I really only have this one corner here in the I guess it would be the northwest of the southwest map board to start with. So I'm going to have 2 assault groups coming in. These are 2 SMG companies coming in. I'm going to try and get these apartment blocks, whatever they are, under my control so that I have a lot of vantage points so I can start taking on the south part of the city. Meanwhile, these guys here are going to push into these wooden buildings and try and clear at least the edge of the level 3 hill. And that way I can look towards getting into this area over here in the next couple of days. Now you can see it's not going to be a lot of enemy coming up in this part. I rolled really well with regards to placement of suspects. And on my little table here, you can see right here, I rolled really well for placement in the wood. They're not VPO, so that's a real benefit. And if I don't roll ground, basically, which is only really, I mean, anywhere, these ones right here, they're not going to get a placement. And there's no re-rolling because they're not VPO, so not too bad. We'll see how that pans out. I may have to adjust the table to reflect this. You can see as well that there's nothing in the orchards. I think I'm going to have to add another tweak to the rules to make sure that I get some enemy in the orchard. This is just, it's actually a little bit too late. In terms of what I have, let's look at the suspects. So right now I've got 94 blacks and I got 194 gray. Now the gray are in reserve status, which means they're not going to be activated unless I deliberately attack them, which I have no intention of doing. That's one way to game the system in solitaire is you only really attack what you want to attack, and then because their whole attitude, they're never going to activate on their own unless you deliberately, poke the bear, which I really don't want to do. So we got 288 suspects to deal with, and that's really not a lot for the amount of firepower that I'm going to bring to bear. So again, I could probably add a couple more to the orchards to thin it out. In terms of what I bought, though, this is what we're looking at. So I got 2 SMG companies that are coming on. I got some more T-34-85s. I do have 2 fighter bombers, which are reduced. So I could have had 3, but it is what it is. And I do have some OBA in addition to what I started with already. So not too bad, not too bad. All right, so we got a couple prelims to do. We have to figure out what these guys are here because they start adjacent. I have to roll for activation. And then we also have to see if the axis starts with fighter bombers. Now, there's a whole bunch of things that we got to look at here. So first of all, the axis are under ammunition shortage level 3. Now, it's not going to play into the initial activation. There is one of my rules that is subsequent scenarios. Whenever one of these guys activates here, there's going to be a chance that they might have a chance that they might be under a different, right here, this table right here, they might have a chance of being ELR already when they activate, but it's not going to happen on the initial scenario. So it's something I'm going to have to think about for subsequent days. There's also this one right here, enemy air support. So if I'm going to roll a 2 or less, all right, so no air support from them. And I got to worry about artillery strikes coming on. And then on turn 5, I have to worry about them going on the offensive. So again, that's going to be interesting. So, all right, let's look at activating these guys here. Now, I already rolled this ahead of time. Again, I got really lucky with my activation. It's only a 2. So we're looking at -1 for being in stone and per level above the base level, which is right, where's my modifiers? right here. So we have hold attitude in the VPO, and per level above the base level is a further -1. So all these guys in the upper levels are probably going to be anything but a 6 to be activated. And the guys on the ground level will only be on a 2. So I get a feeling a lot of these guys in the wood are going to be disappearing. Again, something I'm probably going to have to think about in terms of rules, whether or not that's going to be advisable, because we can make it too easy for the friendly forces to push in. Defeats the purpose of the game. And if this was a face-to-face, chances are there would obviously be some kind of opposition in the way. So we have to find a compromise for the game purpose. So let's look at this guy here, and we'll start with our activations. All right, so first guy up. Yeah, saw that right away. All right, so we got one. Now I did customize the activation table, as you can see here, so based on the nationality as well as hold attitude or advanced attitude. So I rolled an 8. 8 gets me a squad. Squad type is 12. No, I don't like that, so I'm going to change that because I don't want a 447 right off the bat. And I did add a modifier for January, but now we're playing February actually, so it's actually I'm going to be a -2, which would still make it a 447. So I'm going to re-roll that, and we'll get a better result. So yeah, we want a 628. That's a better result. Let's throw that in. Remember, this is just a play test, so we're trying to see how it balances out for game purposes. I can't really change it. Hey, Frank, I can't really go much more than a -2 for modifiers. I don't want to make it too hard, but again, starting off with a 447 just isn't enough. Did I just put a Russian in there? I did too, didn't I? I'm looking at the wrong guys. That's supposed to be a 548 German. Oh, and I also have to look at what is generated, because there is a chance that they might be SS, Wehrmacht, or RHA. So I forgot to do that too. So we have a 2, which means that they're going to be SS. So that's good too. Now SS are over here, and we rolled an 8 down 2. No, we did not. So it's going to be a 468 SS, which is still fine. 468 SS. All right. And you. No. And you. Nope. Yeah, I'm going to have to add more suspects. That's just not enough. Let me back those up. I'm going to activate these guys anyways. I'm going to make them all something to account for the fact that I don't have anything there. So let's start from this guy here. And we're just going to pretend that they all activated. So first of all, what are you? You are a Wehrmacht, and you are a 6. We have a 468. We have 2, 3, 4. There's a possibility you could have a half track with you. On a subsequent die roll of a 3, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, of a 3 or less. So no. Two, 3, or 4. Yeah, so that's not applicable. All right, so yeah, you're just going to be a 468. That's fine. Yeah, this will give them a little bit more teeth for the enemy. Okay, so you are going to be an RHA. You're going to be a 4, and that's going to be a 447 Benet. So we're going to have a little bit of a mix up here. That's okay. Now, one thing I'm trying to bring in the campaign is a bit of integrity unit-wise. We don't want to mix up our units, but in separate buildings, I think is fine. It's when you're in the same location that we don't want to have multiple units from different nationalities in the same mixture. So, and then you here. All right, so we got one of each. Okay, and a 4 is going to be a 658 SS. Wow. That is true. That is true. I could do that. Yeah. So what I did is for the AC, it is I added this in here. So there's a -2 to the AC die roll. The problem is I rolled a 6. So it's a very slim chance. If you roll a 6, you'll get a 2, right? And which is what I did. But there's a very slim chance you're going to get a 6. You're more than likely going to get a 3. And a good chance you're going to get a 4 for AC. So it's just very bad die roll for this one. So I think I'm happy with that. Again, you're more than likely to get a 3. It's just, in this case, it's a bad case. I should probably, though, for purposes of the playtest, maybe bump it up. Let's bump it up to a 3. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to bump it up. You know what? Let's do that to make it a 4. Let's see how bad it can get. Let's see how bad it can get. All right, so you're a 658 SS. Yeah, we'll just put the torture to the Russians, see what they can do. And these guys, of course, will all start concealed. All right, so you are going to be a RHA, and an 8 will get us 347 first line. Wow, we really run the gamut here, aren't we? All right, so if that's the case, I'm going to do a normal activation check. Hey, Pugs. All right, so 5 or go back to normal now, so that's going to be a dummy. You. Jesus. Yeah. There's a randomness coming back. All right, so that's enough for that. And now we can actually start with the turn proper. So we're not going to get any air support for those guys. That sucks. Let's go to prep fire. And I do have one artillery, a OBA. We have 80 millimeters. So I need to bring in... This guy needs a command die roll, which he makes. And so that means everybody within 2. So this A1 is going to make his command die roll, which means my foo will be in command as well. So he can do his radio contact. Now he needs an 8 to make his radio, which he does. What a waste of a snake eyes. So he has contact. Now I don't have a pre-registered hex. However, I do have plentiful ammunition because of the well, it's the Russians in 45, so so we have 6 black and we only have 2 red. All right, so first one is a black. All right. So we have access. Now I'm thinking of doing a smoke mission on this schmozzle over here. It's only 80 millimeter, and I don't think it's going to impact too much on the stone. I did get a rubble generation over here, if you're wondering what this is, except it wasn't very effective. Actually, over here, I should say. It wasn't very effective. And I got another one up here, but again, it wasn't really as effective as I thought it might be. I just rolled rather poorly. So I think I'm going to drop it on to you. So let's bring you over to here. So I can see you up on the roof. Now it's only going to be level 2, which means that the guys on the roof will still have visibility. As a matter of fact, the guys on the second level will be above the smoke. But we want to shroud the lower levels, at least make it more difficult for my guys coming on the board so they don't get shellacked too much. Right now, I'm going to have to do a second chit draw. So let's put the AR there. We'll do a second chit draw. Oh, there goes that. And the Russian thing. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the second chit draw. Now I'm doing the Pleva rule in my OBA, which means that they get, they never lose permanent access. So on your initial chit draw, you'll always just add an extra red to the pile. You're never going to lose it permanently. So I don't have to worry about doing that. In terms of other shoosting, I do have 2 artillery pieces. I could also pop smoke with those guys, which I think I'm going to have to do. One here and... Oh yeah, the other one's here too. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to pop smoke on this guy right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's going to be a +2, -2 for the smoke and the conceal. And so it's going to be a 7 or less to get smoke off in that location. And I fail. No, wait, these guys are elite. So their depletion number is actually going to be higher because for special ammo purposes. So I still have smoke. I just didn't hit. All right, so that's fine. And then you are going to do the same thing. You're going to try and target this guy as well. All right, well, you don't have smoke. So as per, my shit die rolling is continuing. You don't have any smoke. The other guy does. He just missed. Now, what can I do with you? You have APCR. Fine. All right. I guess I'm doing it the old-fashioned way. All right. Well, let's start with some command die rolls, and we'll start moving, I think. Do I even want to bother shooting a concealed unit, or do I just jump on him in close combat? I got to be wary of Panzerfaust as well, and of course Panzerschrecks and all the rest of it. Right, easy for you guys. You guys are moving. No much shooting here. I do have a mortar. I think you're my only target now, because everything else disappeared on me. You're in a building. I'm gonna have to pay 2 for the orchard. And you're concealed, so it's going to be 3 or less to drop around on you, and then you're going to get a +2 for being inside the house. Do I have a leader handy? Nowhere within 2. All right, so let's do a command die roll for you. Okay, never mind, you panic. Wow, this is an awesome start. All right, well, I need a leader. Let's get the 7-0 here. And let's start with this guy here. You'll drop concealment. You're going to fire. I could spray fire. It is wood, so that's not too bad. It would be a 6. It would be a 6 up 2 in each location. Yeah, let's do a spray fire. We'll do a 6 up 2 in each location. 9, so that's going to be a miss. And then I'll fire these guys. And we're just going to fire, it'll be on the 8 table up 2. So it's a 6, will be a 1 check on this guy. And right away we get a break. That's good. And then A, we don't need him in the house. You will also be in command, so let's fire him. And again, we're going to have a 12 up 2, which is an NMC. And he's fine. I'm going to keep concealment. I think I'm just going to jump into close combat with him. So that means I'm going to have to fire this guy here, but he needs a command die roll. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, come on, man. Really? Leaders are panicking. Not good, not good. You and you. 1, 2. Well, I guess you guys aren't doing shit. What about that tank? Tank could do something. Let's drop around. Let's do machine guns first. So it's going to be a 2 up 2. All right, that's better. So a 4 on the 2 should be a 1. Yeah, it's a 1 check. So at least we bust concealment. And a 1 check on the dude, and that is ELR for them is non-elite is a 2. Really? Yeah, he's ELR'd. Alrighty. So that's machine guns. Now I could fire the main cannon, which I guess I may as well do. Let's get the shot off. Hmm. Buttoned up house is +3, 2x range brings it down to a +2. So that's going to hit. Axis sniper, and I do have rate. On the IFT, we have an 8, which would be a 1 check again. And you're down to half squad. I'm not going to fire again. Let's do the sniper. Oh, shit. All right, 1, 2, 3 is north. It is the north sniper because we have 2 to worry about. And the north sniper is going to go 1 for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's going to be any one of these ones here in the front. And I guess it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's randomize. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It's gonna be you. And let's hit the 6, 2, 8, so he'll be broken. Pretty effective. Bam's doing okay, Pugs. You see, you guys are getting better weather down there, aren't you? Yeah, you're gonna jump in, so I'm not gonna fire you. You can't see. You guys can't see. Your guys are all gonna move. Let's fire you, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 had to be on the 4 table up. 1, 4 up 1. No rate, so it's gonna be a 6 on the 4s and NMC, so you're activated. Unless I roll that, so you're a dummy. And sniper. Sniper's a 2. Oh god, not already. 1 for 5 this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same drills. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. All right, back to you. Let's pin the 527 so he can't come in. Oh, you had a tornado land. Wow, damn. Yeah, I was talking to this wardrobe, and he's in St. Louis, and I guess they had a lot of tornado warnings the last couple of weeks too. So, tis the season. We're supposed to have an ice storm, but I guess that's kind of tapered off in our area. We're lucky now. We're just going to get the snow. We're not going to get the ice, which is a good thing. They're expecting like an inch or 2 of ice, which is not good for the power lines. Pin. All right, and then freaking snipers, man, they're just doing the business on me. And then we're gonna go to move, I think. Yeah, let's go to move. All right, let's we'll send 1 squad forward for now. I'll do that. You're going to come into this location here. That's going to activate a guy on the ground floor as a Wehrmacht, and it's going to be a 6. 6 is going to be a half squad 2E. It's supposed to be an elite half squad, not supposed to be Russian here. It's supposed to be German. It's supposed to be a German. I gotta fix that table. That's a derp move. All right, let me fix that table quickly. That's supposed to be a German with a chance of a... Yeah, all right, so elite half squad. That is a 348. That's an E. E is elite half squad of that nationality. All right. All right. So I'm going to get rid of the 2. I'm going to put an E there. No. Not there, just there. All right, that's better. All right, so that's supposed to be a half squad, and we said Wehrmacht. All right, so it's an elite unit. What do we have? A 468 elite unit. All right, so Wehrmacht 468 will give us a 248. So we're gonna have a 248 with a possible heavy. No, it's going to be, actually, it's supposed to be a heavy mortar, which is going to be an HMG. That's going to hurt. That's going to leave a mark. And we have no leader. Is that correct? Yeah, we have no leader. So 81 mortar becomes a heavy if it's in a building. So that's going to be a 6 firepower with a +2. No effect. Rate of fire. I can do another shot. 6 up 2. And no effect. Oh, wait. ELR's... No, shortage is a 3, which means that the... weapon breaks. We're level 3, so we are... 1 less our breakdown number is a malfunction. If you would roll a 12, we would have broke our... we would have eliminated the thing. So this thing is broken. All right. And then we have 2 residual in that location. House is gone, eh? Damn. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, a lot of shit's going down around the world, eh? Myanmar's having that freaking earthquake. You guys having tornadoes. Freaking Southern Ontario's getting that ice storm in parts of the States, too. You're going to keep your concealment. You're not going to fire. You're not going to move. This guy's going to wait. No, you're going to come forward so those guys don't have to retreat. You're going to jump in. You're going to advance forward as well. And then you're going to do a roll, so you don't panic, which is good. Now you're going to fire a 6 up 2. That's not going to hit. With 2 residual. I don't think you're going to fire again. You'll wait until the defensive fire phase. All right, what else do we got to do? We're going to start claiming some real estate. I'll put down, I guess I should put them down now before I forget. We have real estate to capture, so let's do that. And that. And that. 2, 4. This would be a +1 3-hex range. German would activate with a 4. Hungarians would activate with a 3-hex range, so we have a chance of activation. And that is a fail. You can't see 1, 2, 3, 4 too far away, although it's possibly a German. 1, 2. So they could both activate. We'll do the top guy first as a RHA, and they're going to come in as a 5. 5 will get us half squad with a weapon, a leader, and a support weapon. The support weapon's not here because the half squad's going to have one. So we're going to give ourselves a Hungarian half squad. And it's going to be an elite 447. 247. Up here. And what kind of weapon is he getting? That's a medium. And a leader on the table is a 9. 9 -1 for being an elite. No, wait, that's only Van A, so a 9 is going to be a 7-0. Not the greatest. But at least he won't cower. All right, so that's going to be a 4 up 1. No effect, no rate. With 2 residual. And then the bottom guy is RHA as well. And that's the same thing. So we're going to have a squad with a, or half squad with a heavy. Damn. Make this guy Van A. And he gets a heavy. 6 firepower this time. And we'll get a -1 on his leadership roll. That's an 8, not much better. 8 gets us a 8-0, yeah. No neg leader for you. And 6 up 1 is a 7, is an NMC. All right, that's enough to break. Your ELR is 4, so you're fine in terms of that. Residual's the same. I could fire again. No, you're not counting as moving, so that's fine. It's not too bad, I guess. All right, you guys are going to claim more real estate. So let's go. What would be the best? You. And you would keep your concealment because nobody can see you. So you're going to go here for 3. Ground snow is an effect. I just realized ground snow is an effect, isn't it? Yeah, ground snow. So it's going to be a extra movement factor going downhill. So that costs 3 move. This would be a total of 6 move. I'd have to CX go down, so I'm not going to be able to do that. You're going to keep your conceal here. So you're going to go for 2. Then you'll have to wait to advance. That's fine. And then you are going to join them. This tank needs to make a command die roll, which I tell you this game sometimes, man. You can move, but if I move, where do I go to? If I assault move down here, that would be 3 move. You're still going to have enough to activate. You activate as a RHA and a 9. 9 should be squad fortification and a gun. Squad's a 4. 4 is a 447 Vinay. We have a fortification. We are fortified. And what kind of gun do we get? It's a 9. 9 inside is a Bofors 80L. That is going to probably leave a mark. Large gun, I can't put it inside. That is not going to be available on the list. I'm going to have to change that too. I should have picked up on that before. All right, so I got to clean this list up here. This is too much. This can't be here. It's a large gun. It cannot be inside the inside a building. Probably need to kin the 105 when I think about it. Although it's not large, so it's possible. The 40 long could go. For now, that'll do. All right. So let's put a 40 long in there, and that'll work. So we're going to get a 4 up 2 shot from the infantry. That's a Freddy. And then we'll fire 8 IFE with the up 2. That's going to be a 1 check, which he passes. And rate of fire is reduced by 1, so that's going to be another shot on the 8. Up 2. Right, 5 on the 8 is going to be a 2 check. Yeah, 2 check for that 447, poor bastard. Yeah, all right, well. And then we have 4 residual in that location. And we have force fire. We have rate. So actually I'm going to keep that off for now. Let's move you to the bottom. And we'll do a sniper. No sniper. All right, so good thing I didn't move my tank in range. That might have been bad. We have you to move. Let's start with you first. You're gonna assault move. You'll advance into QQ38. That's gonna activate this guy. And he is a dummy. That means you guys could move to... Actually, let's use you. You'll come here. What are we looking at here with a -2 is 8 or 6, 12 hexes, eh? That's 10. 14 hexes away is too far. That could be a long range activation though. Too far, too far. That might be interesting. That's a nice juicy one. That's range 11. And looks like the second and the first one, I'm going to do it anyways, but the second and the roof will definitely be within range. I'm going to dash into there through here. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to activate the rooftop. And that's going to activate as a SS with a 4. 4 in a hold attitude is a squad leader support weapon. So we have a squad leader and support weapon. 8 gets us a 468. 5 with a -1's a 4 gets us a 9-1, and then we get a 6 MMG. All right, so we have a 468 with a medium and a 9-1. That might leave a mark. Before I do that, I'm actually going to do a long range activation from this guy here. This is just a roll, see if I get a snake eyes, which I don't. Okay, so it's a dash, which means you're going to be half firepower. So this will be a total of 9. Wrong. 7 halved would be 3.5, so it'd be on the 2 table. 2 with a -3. All right, well, 3 on the 2 is a 1 check. And that would be enough to ELR. All right, so I don't have rates. I am first fired, and I do break with 1 residual in that location. That's worth it. Had to find out. I need to break those guys' concealment anyway, so I can move my guys on the board. This guy's going to bypass Q38 and into RR37. I guess you wouldn't have your concealment. This guy would bust it. You're going to activate. That's a 4. That'll be enough. And you're going to be a RHA, a 5. I believe that's our trusty half squad with a leader. Again, support weapons not there. So, kind of weapon are we looking at? A medium again. Thanks, Wardrobe. King of the Shutouts. And we have a Hungarian leader, which is a 10. Like to see it. -1's a 9. Gives me a, I think it's a 7-0. Yeah. 7-0. And we're going to get an 8 up 1. 8 up 1. 10. Love it. So that is no result. Yeah, that's fine. And that'll be 4 residual. All right, you can't go in there. But bypass 1, 2, 3, 4. I would have to do another long range activation. What about 1, bypass 2, bypass 3, 4, 5? I could CX and come all the way to here. Hey, Wardrobe, morning. I need to claim that and that. That would probably be advisable. If I move into this hex here, I'm going to activate this guy here. I don't know if I want to do another risky maneuver like that. I'll just take the long way. So we're going to come here for, we're going to CX for 1. Let's go 1, bypass 2, bypass 3. I should be good. And into here for 4, 5. Let's throw our planes on while we're down this area. And then I can move with my guys on board. All right, high. Let's go here. I'm going to need a 9-2 to stand up and take a command die roll. Thank you, sir, for your service. And if I did this correctly, everybody within 2 should be good. Yep. Yep. And yep. 9-1 will have to do it himself. All right, so everybody's in command. Armor will have to do their own. So let's start with you. That would be 2. This would be 5 to enter this location. That would be a +2, which means that anything within 2 hexes with a +2 will activate. So these guys here will activate moving into there. So that's fine. I'm happy with that. Let's start with you. You're not going to use your conceal. You're going to CX. You're going to go 2. And then 5 because of the snow. And we'll start with this guy up here. Activated. You're going to be RHA. And, oh, what's a 12 bias? Oh, okay. Squad leader. Fortification. No, well, maybe. And a gun. This is going to be an elite unit, so that's going to be fortified and a gun as well. All right, so we have a 10, which gets us a 3. NA for CG3. SMG company is not available for CG3, so it's going to be an Aerocross 526, which is not elite. We're going to have a 4, which is a 447 Venet, so that's kind of funny seeing them mixed up like that, but I believe that is okay. They're both Hungarians, that's the important thing. And an Aerocross dude, throw them in. And that's going to give us our fortification. We have a 9, down 1 is an 8, so we have an 8-0. And then we have a support weapon, sorry, not a gun. An 8 will get us a LMG, which in balance is probably not a bad thing. Better than a gun. Last thing we want is artillery piece blowing us up. All right, so fortified. That means the ground level is as well. It's going to be 11. So on the 8 table, up 2. 8 up 2 is a 7. Acts as snipers, not ours. And that's going to be a 1 check. All right, we are pinned. And then you, because we're still good order, do got raid on the light, but I'm not going to fire that again. Let's put 4 residual while we're on this. And activate the bottom floor guy. He's a 6. Nice. All right. You are activated as a 2. You're going to be our Wehrmacht, and that is going to be a 8. 8 is a half squad, just a half squad. Okay. 5. 5, 4, 8, 2, 3, 4. Now you're up on a first level, so you're not going to get a half track. 2, 3, or 4. All right, none of that applies. So we're just going to be a 5 for 8 half squad. Not going to bother firing. I'm just going to keep my concealment for now. And then we'll bring you on. You'll just assault move into there for now. You guys are going to... What would be the best way to bust concealment? See, if I could deploy like an Axis player or something, then I could just throw 1 half squad out here and just bust concealment, but I can't really do that. I could use you guys. You're 6 to 8 under a tank. You're going to be at 0 modifier, so I could do a lot of activation with you. And I do have a 527 here that I'm willing to not throw away, but use as well. All right, we'll do this in slow stages. Let's throw in a... well, let's just advance on slowly with you. You as well. Let's do a command dial for the tank. He doesn't make it. Oh, God. My armor's panicking. Can't even make it on the board. We're going to have to throw this guy on without armor, which is really going to suck. You're going to assault move onto the board. You're going to assault move onto the board. I'm going to fire with this guy first, and we're going to do a 2 down 1 shot. All right, so that's fine. We have ammo shortage 3. I don't think that's going to affect... No, we need an 11 to break. So that was pretty close, but doesn't matter. We have a 1 residual for now. Let's do some activation up here on the roof. We have a 3, gets us a SS, and we have a 7 is nothing. So you're a dummy. Second floor is a 5 with modifiers will be enough. Is RHA, gets us a 6, and that is a armored half squad. Again, the support weapon will not be there. 7 is a 447 elite, not Venet. And what kind of support weapon do you have? You have a heavy. No, wait. 1 is... 2 is an HMG. 1's a 50 cal. I gotta change that. Yeah, all right. So we're gonna make this a heavy. And no leader. So you're gonna be a 6 down 1. Painful. Breakdown is 11. So you've just malfed because of the ammo shortage. So there's not gonna be any residual. Now you activated as well as a RHA. We have a 7, which we said was nothing, so this is going to be okay. And ground floor. Wehrmacht as a 12. Squad leader, fortification, and a support weapon. 7 is nothing. Fortified, so we're going to have a fortified ground. And then we're going to have a 3. That's an engineer, I think. 134. Salt sapper, yep. Possible half track. 123 could have a half track with him, so he's not going to have a half track. And yeah, he's going to be an 838 assault engineer, which means we're going to be rolling on this AE assault weapon engineer, engineer's support weapon. So he's going to have a flamethrower. Lovely. Good thing we're far enough away. All right, so let's give him his 838 flamethrower. And the other squad is an 11, which is going to unfortunately be a 447. Not the best combo, but... Did I make him SS? Oh, he's not SS, he's just normal. And then we have a 7 for leader, which will be a 8-0 minus 1's a 6, so we have an 8-1. And that'll be, oh wait, he could use a flamethrower. Nah, I'm not going to use that now. I don't want to burn out my flame so far. That'll be a 12 down to, this is going to hurt. Yeah. 3 on the 12 should be a KIA. K3. All right, so you're a half squad. And you lived. You lived. Should I do that? Right, this is increased. No, I'm going to save the flamethrower. I really don't want to burn it out on the first go. You're in the cellar behind a wall, so you can't activate. So I'm going to do this guy here. And he will activate as a Wehrmacht. With a 6 is a armed half squad. 4 again is going to be an 838. Nope, 658. 838. 134. Two is a DC. A half squad with a DC, eh? Well, he's going to stay concealed for now. Not going to waste that. And I guess we'll just have to start with these guys here. You're not in the building, so you could pivot your machine gun and fire this guy. Oh, no, wait, you exceeded your rate of fire. Let's activate this guy on the second level. Let's say roll that. First level. We have SS. 9 is going to be gun fortification and a half squad. Half squad is a 447. Are we fortified? We are, and then therefore we're going to be first level and ground. And then a gun. Right, German guns, 7 is a, oh, 1 die. A 2, 37 long AA. Now that, unfortunately, is a large gun as well, so I can't put that either. It's a large target. I can't put a large caliber gun inside. It is fortified, though, so, I mean, it is possible, but it is an upper floor, so I can't do that either. This is why you do playtesting, right? So you can figure this crap out. Alright, so, that can't be there. I guess it'll have to be a 20. Let's put a 20 long in there. Hey, Jester. Not too bad. Figuring some stuff out as we go. I should have picked up on these before. I got to look at all the guns again and see if they're large target or not, because I'm putting a couple in the table that are too large, and they should not be in the table for inside. I'm not doing too bad. Russians are making inroads. All right, let's give them crew. 348. You're not gonna fire. Well, I don't know. 2 down 1. Yep. All right. Well, that'll work. 3 on the 2 is a 1 check. And you're pinned. You pinned it. You did it. Well done. Let's do a 6 IFE. You don't count as moving, so it's going to be just on the 8 on the 6 as a pinning, so that's fine. I do have booby trap level C. I got to do this, so that's fine, and I'm done shoosting. Now I'm still good order, so I got to do the ground level. Activated as a Wehrmacht, and this is going to be a 10. SPG. So that's going to be in bypass. An 11 will be Panzer A2. That's going to hurt. A2. Wow, that's a big one. That is a big one. All right, so this is gone. Over here, you're in bypass. I guess it's a good thing the tank didn't come on, eh? I think I'm going to overrule the rule, and I'm not going to fire. I'm not going to waste it on a half squad. I want to fire on something else, so I'm going to hold my fire for now. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now I'm really going to die. Now I have a choice to make. I have to move on the board, but if I move individually, I'm going to get hammered by this thing. If I move on as a stack, I'm only going to get the 1 shot. With luck, as a Russian, hopefully this guy rolls a 10 and I break the gun. Or an 11 and it's gone for good. It would be +2. +3 for the building would be +5. Would be a 3 or less you would need to hit. 3 or less to hit. And if you roll an 11 or more, the gun is gone. That's not too bad odds. But I'd have to move as a stack. I can't move individually because there's too much residual there for that thing. On the 20 table? Oh, yeah. What to do. Okay, I'm gonna move as a stack. Everything here is fired, so I don't have to worry about that. I could activate this guy here, actually. He's on the roof still. Let's do that. That's gonna be enough with the height. And this will be SS. A 6 is a armed half squad. So we have an 838 again. SS 838. Assault Engineer Sapper, so you're going to roll on this. And you have no weapons, so you're just a 3, 4, 8. A lonely 348 sitting up on a roof. All right, so a 2 down, 2 flat, and a 5 on the 2 should be an NMC. Yeah. All right. Snipers all around. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. This would not be. Actually, that would be a 0, wouldn't it? 0 modifier. 0 modifier at 6 hex range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You would have a +1 because of the vehicle, so the guy up on the first level and the second level have a chance of activation as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I gotta do this guy here. All right. And that is RHA. Ugh. AFV up on the second level? I think not. And up here on the first level. -1, -2 will be enough. And you are SS as a squad fortification and a gun. Squad is a 447. Are we fortified? We are. We are not fortified. Oh wait, that's a. I'm blanking right now. Is the 447 SS considered elite? I'm blanking right now. Is a 447 SS considered elite? I think they are, but yes, they are. Okay, yeah. So they are elite. So that would be a -1 to that 10. Gives me a 9, which means I get a 7-0 leader. No, I don't get a leader. My fortification gets dropped by 1. No, wait. I have changed that. No fortification, which means no gun. All right. That would be a 2 flat, so I'm not going to bother firing. We'll just stay concealed. All right, so back on track. What are we going to do with this guy? We're just going to move in. Assault move, keep our concealment. This guy's going to fire. He's going to need a 3 or less to hit. All right, and no acquisition because of the... I guess I got to fire to area. It is a 105. That is the 20 table. That would have been on the 8 with a +3. That's still not too bad. I probably should have fired area with a concealed unit. You guys. Let's move you in. Assault moving. You would not activate. Do I want to assault move or do I just want to move in and activate is the question. What do I have here? 527. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that just yet. Let me start with this guy here. All right, so you need a command die roll. All right, so this armor is going to make it. We're going to use armored assault, and we're going to come onto the board. Whoop half. This is going to be a lot of activations. So let's start over here with the guy in the first level. And he is a SS. 6 is a armed half squad, which is going to be a 658. What's he wielding? That should be a medium. So that will be on the 8 table flat. 4 on the 8 is a 2. Yeah. All right, so we're good. You have rate. I'm not going to bother with that right now, so we'll just keep that handy. Ground floor. We are active. He is our Wehrmacht, and that is a 5 armed half squad with the leader. 8 should be a 467, 468 armed half squad, maybe. We do have a half track. All right, so we're gonna get an armored half track, which is a 251-1, maybe a 251-10. No. Let's put you over here. So it'd be in bypass over there, and we're gonna have a 468 sitting in the building. Wait, your half squad. And then, what kind of weapon are you got? That's a medium. All right, so you're going to be firing uphill, so that's going to be, again, on the H table flat. I guess I could fire group with the anti-air. That would put me on the 12. Actually, that would be on the 16, wouldn't it? 10 and 6 would be on the 16 table. Flat rate, 16 flat. 7 on the 16 is a 2 check. You're pinned, Axis sniper. No sniper and no rate on the guns. So you guys are done. And activation up here. We have a 3. Your RHA. We have a 4. Squad leader support weapon. Squad leader support 7. That's a 447. 8 gets me a 8-0. That is a fair bit of generation, I gotta be honest. Yeah, a 4 AC is definitely going to make it a lot more spicy to play, that's for sure. And a 7 is going to be probably no weapon. Yeah. All right, so here we're going to have an 8 flat shot. 8 on the 8 is an NMC. And that's enough. So you're Eulard and broken. Now the tank is still alive, which means I can activate this guy. As an SS. An 11. Squad fortification and a gun. Squatty is a 7. 548 SS. And then a fortification. Yes. So one of the good things about this idea, by the way, I got this idea from, what is it? MGCP++. It's on, I think it's from Andrea. Can't remember his name. It's available on the SASL Facebook page. You can get it there. It's mission generation, something or other. And it basically takes SASL rules and it expands on them hugely. And he does things like customizing advanced hold attitudes for your sides. And I just took that and expanded on that to develop this. So as a result, some of the games you may have seen me play, it's a ridiculous amount of fortifications generated. And this way it lets me trim that down a lot. So you're not going to see as many cropping up as you did before. Because I had one game, I think I had like 25 fortifications crop up in a campaign, which is of course ridiculous. Gun, Jesus. So we're gonna have our wait, that's a 1 die. 2 is a 37 long again. 20 long because we don't have that size. It's a large caliber size, so I'm not going to have it. Now, 20 long is going to do shit against a T-34. So I guess I won't even be firing it. What are we even looking at here? What's a 20 long? Is that a double? No. $20 long is a 6. Yeah, good luck with that pen. You're not going to do that. So you're going to hold your fire. You'll stay concealed. And I'm not even going to fire the 5.48 either. We'll activate this guy here. That's a 2 as a RHA, and that's an 8, so that's going to be a half squad. And that's going to be a 5.26 arrow cross. And we won't activate him either, or shoot him. We'll just conceal him for now. All right. Well, it was a productive effort, I think, to move him on like that. Now, what else do I do? I need to have space here for him to move into. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't see you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so I can move into this house to retreat this guy that's broken, and I'll live. Now, I don't have 3 squads, so that's fine. You guys are going to assault move into here. Let's, I first fire the upper floor. Let's do this guy here. That's going to be a 4 up 3, so no effect. Then we'll fire the IFE from the anti-air. That's going to be on the 6 up 3. Maintain rate. That's going to be a pinning task check. Oh wait, no, that's halved. What am I even doing? That's not going to hit. I could fire again. That's going to be a 2 up 3. No. No point firing you. No point firing you. I have rate on this guy, but I'm not going to fire him again either. It's just, no, he can't see anyways. And this guy here, I'm afraid I'm going to throw this DC on myself. This is what I'm thinking. You can throw that as defensive fire, can you not, a DC? I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, it's crazy to throw DC as defensive fire, but if I move as a stack, I think I would do that. Yeah, any friendly fire phase, defensive first fire. Yeah, I could throw that. Wouldn't that be funny, eh? Oh. All right, I'm going to assault move in. This guy is going to drop his concealment. No. No, I think a player would hold your fire. It's only a half squad. You know what's coming on. You're going to hold your fire until everybody's in place, and you're going to wait till the defensive fire phase. So I'm going to come on one at a time, and I'm just going to hold my fire. And then in my defensive fire phase, I'm going to drop a DC on them. I think that's what a player would do in a game. That's what I would do. For the same reason, I'm going to move these guys in one at a time. I'm just going to hold my fire until the defensive fire phase. Get them all together at once. Now you need a command die roll. All right, so my tanks are actually working for a change. That's good. And let's... You're going to come into here. I'll claim that real estate. I got to think about my board or my map edges as well. I must secure those as part of the game to worry about strategic locations. That means I can bring you guys on into here. I had rate. I'm in a building. I fired at these guys, which means my covered arc is this way, so I can't even fire at him. However, this guy here could activate potentially. And I rolled a 5. Now, he's not in VPO, so that's going to be a dummy. 4 hexes away with a +2. Nope. 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 Yeah, okay, so I'm going to be good here. So you guys can all enter as well. And I'll just sit there like that. Now, I'll bring on this guy here. He's going to be in bypass. And we'll stop. Should I just enter the building? What if I do an overrun? I wish I had a flamethrower tank. I love my OT-34s now, by the way. I've never done really overrunning with buildings, but I'm really starting to love that overrunning in the building. This would be 1. It would cost me... I'm going to need a counter. It would be 1 to go on the board. It would be... No, that would be 2 in bypass. 3 to go downhill because of the snow. It would cost me half my move, which would be another 8, so 11. 4 to do an overrun plus cost of terrain is another 5, so that would be 16. 16, including a bog check to do an overrun. I would have 6 tripled as 18, halved as 9, plus 4 would be on the 12 table. It's a single hex building, so there's a chance of rubbling it. Let's do it. What the hell? All right, so that's, as we said, 2. Then we'll pay our overrun cost, and our bog check is not bogged. Plus 3 would be a 10. Yeah, we're not bogged. We're inside the building. And then we can do our attack, which will be a, as we said, 12 firepower attack plus 3. Shit. You first fired, so you can't attack back, but you can do it. No, you wait for the close combat, I guess. You do yours. That's worth it. That was fun. All right, so yeah, so that's an overrun. Kind of anticlimactic, isn't it? Defending fire. You're going to keep your concealment for now. Let's get rid of residual. I never activated you. Let's do that now. Activated as a SS. You're 7. 7 is unfortunately going to be nothing. So you're going to be a dummy. You're a +2. You should have activated as well. RHA. An 8 is a half squad. 5 should be Vene. Yep. Vene half squad. Well, stay concealed. You're not going to bother firing. That would be a +3, so you're not activated. Can't see. Just checking any last minute activations. No. All right. Defending fire. Again, I could do. Yeah, I don't know. It's a 2-up 2. It's just not going to fly. Although I could do it on you. That would be a 6-up 2. Yeah, let's do a 6-up 2. No effect. No, just not going to fly. All right, advancing fire. Oh, I forgot to do my artillery. One of my points, like I said, is enemy artillery strike. So let me do that now. If it's 34, we're looking for 14-15 or 62-63, and then we get that RE. So it didn't happen. No harm, no foul. And now we can do advancing fire. Concealment's going to stay. You panicked, didn't you? I want to keep my concealment for now. I want to jump into close combat with my concealment on. I'm mostly stealth. No, wait, that's the Vanea stealthy. I'm conflating my Valor of the Guards with this. I think I don't have any advancing fire. I got my tanks, but I don't know. Guess I could fire you. 6 firepower up 4 into the bottom. No, let's fire up top. So 4-up 3 from the machine guns, nothing. And then we'll fire into the bottom. So it's going to be a +3, but a lot of movement. So I'm looking for acquisition, basically. Yeah, all right. So I got acquisition for the next round. And then we'll do that next turn. All right, let's go to route. I don't think there's much, just a couple. I've got one guy here, so you're gonna run back to safety. That's a fair move, and I think that is it. You have to run back for the axis, so let's go 2, 4, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's run back to there. 2, no, that would be 3 because you're going downhill. 5. Oh, you. Yeah, you're in the middle of the road. I guess you're moving. All right, that's it for moves, I think. And then we can do advance phase. All right, so let's jump onto you. We're going to have a lot of close combat this round. Hopefully I got a lot of conceals going. I got to remember to stop looking at them. Let's throw another one on just in case. And then let's get rid of preps. You can come there. Let's go on to this. 2-1. It's got to be good. It's orchard up on a hill. That should be okay. Um, hmm. I can't not do that, right? Now let's come back one. We'll claim this as well. Already did. Okay. Get those. And in this area, how do I do this now? Well, let's jump in. That is quite the schmaltz going on in that area. Hopefully that works out and I don't have to worry about losing my tank. I'm not going to move there yet. Oh, I forgot to drop my DC. We're going to throw that. I'm going to back up a bit, do that defensive fire. This thing is going to go off. Thrown. All right, let's do the target location. 8 up 3 is going to be an 11. However, because they are area, they're concealed, that should be on the 12. An 11 on the 12 would be a miss, but I don't know if that would be halved. Would you have a DC? Oh, it's not half for any form of area fire. Okay. So it's going to be an 11 on the 30, which is not bad. A 1 check. All right, so we lose concealment. We get a 1 check on the 7-0. Heat of battle. Son of a beach. All right, 5-2-7, 1. Broken, Elard. And heat of battle on you. Russian is +3. You are elite because you're a leader. Yeah, that's going to bring it down to a 2. Oh, wait, no, Russian is +2, so it's only a +1, which means you are a hero, you're heroic, and you're battle-hardened. How funny is that? All right, so you're battle-hardened and you're heroic. With a bunch of broken Russians. That's kind of funny. All right, now we got to do our own location. 10 up 4 is a 14 on the 30 is a pinning task check. And we're pinned. All righty then. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. Route phase then. You guys have to retreat. So you guys are going to come back to here, overstack. How would that work? 1, 3. So you would be overstack paying 4 move. This would be 5 move. This would be 6 move. You guys would advance out, prevent the overstack. How's that for a shell game? How's that for a shell game? You guys can't really maneuver because I got open ground. I probably could move under the tank and keep concealment. It's not open ground. Um, but I think I prefer the safety of the house. Now you guys, I'm kind of sandwiched in. Let's move into here. I need some kind of smoke before I cross that open area. Yeah, I'd be death trapped to move out in that open area. I was hoping for my vehicle to make it, but obviously that didn't pan out. I think we're set. You'll come into here, rally that guy for now. And then we can do a little bit of hand-to-hand. All right. Let's go to that. Start up here, and we'll start with some ambush hang. So I get a -2. German is not stealthy, just Van A is stealthy. So here is -2 for the Russian. We're at a 4. German is at a 3. No ambush. We are at 3 to 1. Should be like a 8 or 9. 3 to 1 is an 8. And he is 1 to 4. He needs a 3. Right, no close. Are you serious, man? Come on, man. All right, well, that one's there. Here we have a -2 for ambush, and he's at a -2 as well. Russians are at a -2. German is at a 4. We have ambush. Is the German going to fight? I don't think the German's going to fight. So we're going to be at 6 to 4. It'll be 3 to 2 odds. With ambush hand-to-hand, we need an 8 with a -1. So there we go. We kill him. I guess I'd keep my conceal on this guy, wouldn't I? Here, ambush, normal. So we have a 2, we have a 1, no ambush. 2 to 1 is a 7 for the Russian. And a 1 to 1, I think we'll do, is a 5. Or a 4, I could take both with that. Just kind of splitting hairs here, eh? Let's do all in. We'll go 4 or less. All right, didn't matter anyways. So let's go to melee. Here we're gonna have 1 to 1, so I need we need ambush first. So Russians are 6. Now your Van Ace is gonna be a -1 for them, and they are at a 4, so no ambush. 1 to 1, so I need a 5, and they need a 4. Damn it! All right. Alrighty. Well, they have to get something, I guess. And this would be gone as well because I rolled a 1. Now, that is leader creation, so that is a 6. Should be a... is there special? No, nothing special for heat of battle for Van A. They're just stealthy. Alright, so I rolled a 6. No modifier. All right, so we get a 6-up 1. Not the greatest, but I guess that'll do. And then in this location, we have concealed and we have a -1. Concealed and a -1. So we have a -3, so we're at 0. The German half squad is at a 1. Well, So we're 11-2. 11-2 is 4-1 odds. I need a 9 with a -1. So that's gone. Straight up normal hand-to-hand or melee. Well, they're going to withdraw back into the fortified location. Oh, wait, there's a vehicle there. I had to do a patsy, didn't I? Do I make my patsy? I do. So they're going to withdraw into this location here. And now they're going to be interesting. So, yeah, that's an interesting little combat. I forgot completely about the half track that's there. That probably shouldn't have ended that way. At any rate, that is the first turn. Now we can go to the axis turn 1. Pins come off. Any concealment gain? I don't think we do. You? Level 1. Yep, you'd see. And everything here is fine. All right, so no concealment gain, and we'll go right into wind change. We have a 5. Now, they do have REs. They do get an RE. So what's it going to be? It's going to be a 6-2. And that means they get a enemy artillery strike. So it's going to happen in the prep fire phase. They're going to get an FFE landing. Now, what is it going to be? So it's going to be one of these two here. Let's roll randomly. 1 to 3 will be German. And it's going to be an RHA. And it's going to be a 5, which is an 80mm mortar. So let's bring in an FFE. Alrighty, and that'll come down in the prep fire phase. And as well, I'm going to have to roll for 1 in the prep fire phase too. So they might actually be lucky enough to get 2 FFEs coming down, which would really suck. Considering I didn't even get my own off as well. All right, now we need to do some rallying. Now they get 4 self-rallies, so I think this is going to be 1 here. Well, okay, that's 1. Not going to bother. And you're going to repair that. Or not. And I guess that's it for the axis. So then let's do some allied repairs. What do we got here? This guy here. Nope. Nope. Ugh. Really? And here we got 3 to go. So we need 6 8s down 4 would be a 4, and then 2 5s. So a 4 and 2 5s. One out of the whole batch made it. Right. And that is that. All right, prep fire. All right, do they get another artillery? 41 says no. How about no? You're a half squad. You're not going to fire. What are you going to do? That's a fire command, but you're not going to fire. I'm going to move you. You. That is a fire command as well. I think I'm going to keep you there so you get concealment. The top floor, that's going to be a fire command. So let's do a 4 up 2 shot to there. 7 is going to be a fail, but that will be enough to DM. I do have rate. I can tag this guy up here I've seen before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will have 3 orchards to go through. So it's going to be a +3. 4 up 3. Is that even NMC territory? Yes. Okay, so I could potentially break him, but I need to roll low. 4 up 3. Yeah, all right. You're done. And then let's fire a 6. Oh, first line panic. You're considered elite, so you don't panic. We're going to do a 6 up 2. And look at that, random.org for all your dicing needs. 3 8s in a row. Let's do a 4 4 7. That's not too bad. A 9. So we're going to do a 4. Four up 2. And then we're going to fire this 40 long. Can I even pen a tank with that? A 10. No, he's got 11 frontal armor. What am I? 3 hexes away? 40 long. I would get... No, I get nothing for armor. Nope. I need some more... I need some AT guns from the Axis to do some business. I don't have any. So let's fire 8 IFE into this location here. Now that will be a +2 to get the leader. +2 for the building, so it'll be a 4. Well, it'll be a 4 +2 for him and an 8 up 2 for the other guy. So I do hit the leader, and it's going to be a 6 on the 4s and NMC for the leader. Fine, and then a a 1 check for the half squad. Okay, well, he's berserk. The berserk conscript half squad. I like them apples. I do have rate. Let's switch our covered arc. I'm in a building though. I'm in a building. Let's come back to... No, I guess I gotta fire that, don't I? I want to fire on this guy here, but I gotta switch my cover to arc. I'm gonna lose 1 of my rate of fire, which is already lowered by 1 for IFE. So I would be at a +1 for covered arc change, which would be doubled because I'm in a building. So +2. 3 for the orchard. 5 for the building would be a +5 on the 8 table. Is that 8 or 6? 8. +5 on the 8 for the first shot. Or I could spin this way, and then it will only be a +2, +4 on the 8. I think this is a bigger threat, so I'm going to pivot with my rate of fire that way. So it's going to be a +5. Oh wait, you're concealed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't even hit you. I need rate of fire now, which I don't get. All right. So that was a waste. Here we're gonna do 4 up 2. 7 on the 4 is a pinning task check. And they are fine. And we'll move that 6 up 1. And then we'll go down to here. What am I going to do with this freaking half track? Let's start with the half squat upstairs. You're going to fire downstairs on the 8 table up 3. Nothing. On the plus side, because you're in this hex, you guys cannot fire outside of the hex, which means these guys are safe for a while. So at the loss of a half track, these guys can't be shot by these guys. It's not too bad. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to roll command for those guys. All right, so they don't panic. We're going to fire 5, 10, 8 firepower onto here. I could fire 12. I could fire 16 as a fire group onto here. 16 up 3. That sounds like a plan. Oh, wait, it's halved. That would be on the 8. 16 up 8. Forgot my artillery. I forgot to bring this in. Before we do anything, let's do that. All right, so normally this thing lands on the closest 3-unit silhouette MMC to the enemy board edge. So this is too congested. This is a likely area, but it's very congested. Now this is going to deviate. We have to look at how much. It could be halved if I roll on a die roll less than 4. Okay, so it's not going to be halved, the extent of error. I'm going to have to pick a hex that is away from my guy, from the axis. So I could land it over here. Here's too condensed. I would be canceling it anyway. So I think I'm going to land it over here. Like over here. Skerdoosh. Yeah, we'll land it there. All right, so it's not accurate, never is. And it's going to deviate this away 2 for 2. That's not too bad, actually. So that's where it's going to land. 80 millimeter target hex. We have a 7 on the 16. Should be a 2 at least. You're not cooperating. The problem is with these new templates in the latest version is it doesn't play nicely with counters. Oh, I see it. That's why. So it's a chance of rubbling. Okay, my bad. I thought that was a counter underneath it, but it's just a unit there. So we want to go underneath everything. There we go. So you here have a chance of rubble. No, and a 9 up 2 would be an 11 pinning task check. So you lose conceal. And you're fine. No snipers. Rubble this building here. No. Yeah, very ineffective artillery. Completely underwhelming. FFE2. Let's see what happens next turn. Back to the main show. We're going to be doing a 8 firepower with all these other guys. We're going to do 1, 2. Nobody panics. Fire grouping everything. We're going to do an 8 firepower up 3 and a 16 up 3 against a hero. There we go. So that's going to be an 8 result. So it's going to be NMC against all these guys. And it's going to be an 8 on the 16 versus the hero, which is a 1 check. So the leader is fine. And we need 1 checks against everything, or no, NMCs against all the 527s. So top down, 1, 2, 3. Break, break. Good. Not too bad, not too bad. We have rate on the medium. No, we don't. No, we don't. That's a roll to 3. So you guys are done. Now I can fire this. You don't panic. That's good. And now I'm going to fire onto here with 6 IFE. Up 3. No effect. And 11 would have broke the gun, which I didn't break, so that's good. All right, so everybody there has fired. I can now move on. And we're going to fire this guy adjacent, so it's going to be a 6 up 3. Assume he didn't panic, which he doesn't, and no effect. All right, let's go to you. You're going to fire area onto these guys here. Assuming you don't panic. You panic. Come on, man. Let's fire the gun first. And you're going to fire onto here. That's going to be 6 up 3. No effect. 3, 4, 8. Not going to bother. We're going to fire the roof. 1, 2, 3, 8 up 2, I guess. Yeah, 8 up 2. That's going to be an NMC. It would be an 8 on the 4 would be a miss. So you missed the leader, which means these guys are DM'd and they'll get the benefit of the -1. So this guy will need a 8 or less. Broken. Just rallied and now he broke. This guy needs an 8 or less. Half squad. No, he's good. And then this guy. Half squad. And we did not have rate. Not a lot of rate of fire going on. Not really. Over here, we got a flamethrower, eh? Not going to use it yet, so what can the squads do? We have 12 firepower with a -1 leader. I think I have to break these guys here. I don't care about the guy in the street. Let's fire on there. 12 up 2. 9 on the 12 is an NMC. Again, I'm not going to hit the leader. So let's do the 4. So he's gone. Oh, wait, no, wait, that was an NMC, and the leader will help. So you're fine. This guy here needs an 8 and an 8. So your guys are all good. 2 for 7, not going to bother. Not going to bother. You here. Panic. All right, that was that. Now we can go to move. And I've only got you guys here, so let's go back. Let's come back to there. I was thinking of moving to here and then reinforcing the combat, but it's still going to be a 3-2 situation, so it's still not. I don't want to throw them away just yet. And then we had a leader here. Really don't know what to do with him. He's really not much use right now. I could use him over here maybe, but 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Anticipation. Oh, I do have my bombers. I gotta remember to use that. Oh, wait a minute. I got a freaking tank I gotta take care of. That's where you're going. You're gonna take care of this guy right here. All right. So that's it for move. And now we can do defending fire. I'm not gonna worry about radio contact now. I don't want to waste my my ammunition, as it were. I'll wait for my turn. Although a spotting round might not be a bad idea. What can I see? I moved over here to rally, so I'm kind of out of position now. No, I can't even see that. I think I can see that. That would be an interesting shot if I could drop one over here. Let's try radio contact. All right, so command dial, you're in command. You've got a battalion radio, so yeah, I need an 8 with a neg 2. So you do have contact still. Let's try access. Put this over here. This is why I'm afraid of this building. So it looks like I can skirt this building. This is a level 2 building. And I will be able to drop a spotting round on there. Problem is you're concealed, so it's not going to be easy to get double black chit. But I shall try. Red. All right, so the red goes back, and then we add another one to the pile. Makes it a little bit harder. But we don't lose it. Probably wasting my time doing that, but it is only 80mm mortar, so. What else can I shoot over here? Again, I just don't want to waste my concealment. You're not on the board yet. I do have a tank here. Let's fire that. I have acquisition. I got a neg 1 leader, and I'm 2 hexes away. So that would eliminate the fortified building location. +4 with a -4. And then it would, yeah, so I would need an 8 or less to hit. Command die roll. All right, so 8 or less to hit. I'm going to intensify. Dave's laughing at me right now. All right, so I hit. I do hit the sniper, but I do hit. That's the important thing. And then it's going to be on the 16. Or no. Yeah, 16 table. All that for a 10. NMC. I guess I'll have to live with that. So NMC for the 548. Broken 248 is fine, and the crew is fine. Well, we broke the squad. All right, so Axis sniper and Hungarian sniper, or German. All right, so you guys are done. And you acquired twice now. and intensified. I can't fire outside my hex because I have this half track in the way. So let's put a round from this guy right into that half track. Let's fire 12 up 2 into the crew of this half track, assuming the tank can act. Yes. 12 up 2. So that's going to hurt the half track. 5 on the 12s at 2. Yep. All right, so that failed your morale check, which should mean that you guys are pinned, I believe. Yeah, you're stunned. Yeah, you're stunned. All right, now we're going to put a shell into you at point blank range. That should hit. Axe sniper, and I should vaporize you with a frickin' anything but a 12. That'll probably be a blaze. 85 long is a 17, down 1's a 16. Plus 1, yep. So you're a blaze. So get rid of that. And that is a wreck with a blaze. Now I got to get out of the building before they start burning the place down. All right, now I'm going to fire upstairs. Get rid of that. Actually, I guess I don't need to because the flame might take care of that for me. Let's fire into this. We're going to fire 12. Doubled is 24 with a plus 3. No, I got the wreck now. Shit. I just realized I just gave myself a smoke obscuration. And a wreck too. So I'm going to have to pay plus 3 for the smoke. 1 for the wreck is a plus 4, plus 8. Minus 1 would be a plus 7 on the 24. Or I fire upstairs with a plus 6 on the 24. Plus 5 on the 24. I guess I'm going to have to fire upstairs. Plus 5 on the 24. Command die roll. There we go. Plus 5 on the 24. 12. 12 on the 24 is an NMC. Alrighty, you are pinned. Okay. Well, let's drop this. Do a command die roll. And we're going to fire your 12 firepower onto here, plus 2 into the ground floor. 8 on the 12 is a 1 check, so the broken squad is fine. The 248 is fine, and the 228 is not. So, sniper. No sniper. You guys will keep your conceal for now. Over here, I don't think you really have a target, do you? I don't think you really have a target. I mean, I could fire that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That would be a base 7, 5, 3. Buttoned up is a 2. If I fire area, it would be a base 7. Buttoned up would be a 6. Conceal would be a 4. On the 8 table with a plus 3. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do that. All right, so command die roll. We're in command, and we're going to fire on the area with a 4 or less to hit. That is not it. I will get acquisition, however. And then I'm going to use this guy here as well. He was in command, so the gun crew will be in command. We're going to do the same thing. And I'm going to have to do the same kind of shot. So it's going to be area 4 or less to hit. No, wait, 5 or less to hit because I'm not buttoned up. Again, same thing. Planes, I almost forgot. All right, so let's start with this guy here. I guess I'll come in from this way. Fighter bombers. Now, I do have 2. I'm going to attack this hex here. Specifically, I'm going to drop a bomb on this guy. Let's kind of put the other one. This might not be a bad spot to bomb as well. If I can avoid the extra +1 for the sighting test check, it would be good. This kind of is a pain in my ass right now, too. All right, let's do this guy here. So sighting task check. We have a 6. That should be plenty. Aircraft AA fire. So target is not in the building. We're vehicular -1. Not entirely concealed -3, so we can see him. All right, so we're going to hit him up with a 4. Wait, that's a 12, isn't it? Yeah, that's a 12 firepower machine gun. All right, 12 up to 9 on the 12 is an NMC, which he passes. Then we're going to come here. I'm just going to worry about the vehicle. I'm not going to worry about the collateral attacks and all that. That would be an attack against one of you guys. And then the bomb would go off here. I'm going to have to look that up. Apologies there. I know I did a video on this, but I forget already. Air support, ground support, attack. I guess it would be a target attack against everything in the building hex. So because I rolled so poorly as 7 with the modifiers, it wouldn't make a difference anyways. I mean, it's a pending task check, so if it was a Stuka, it might be different. It would be something to be pinned. All right, so I'm going to do another strafing attack on here, and then my point attack is going to be on the vehicle itself. So I'm going to attack every hex, every location will be attacked inside the building. Oh, no, wait, sorry. Point attack. I'm doing a point attack, so I made my first initial attack 4 hexes away. No AA fire to worry about. I move 1 hex closer. I do it again. So this is going to be a second attack on the vehicle. I'm just going to worry about the vehicle. And again, that's going to be a pinning 10. 10 will be a PTC, which you pass, so no problem. Now I can drop my bomb, flip this bugger over, and I need to hit on the 0 to 6 because I'm 3 hexes away. It's doubled for aerial range. And I need a base. Now, what is this? Nothing for size. Nothing for target, so I just need a base 10. Yeah, I just need a base 10 to hit. All right, so I got a 6. Now, it has to be half of the basic to hit number, which is not. I needed a 10. And because I rolled a 6, it's not a direct hit. So this is going to be a near miss. So it's resolved on the aerial armor factor with only half of the basic. Now, the aerial armor factor is only 2, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. Aerial armor factor is... I think a 2 is like a 1. Yeah, 2 is a 1 aerial armor factor, so with half the bomb load. All right, so that is a 150. A 150 to kill with HE is 16, so it'd be an 8. Down 1 would be a 7 or less. 7 or less is what I need to kill that thing. So I kill it. All right, so it's dead. Not a flame. It is crew survival with a 4, which it does not. All right, so this thing is dead. Not a flame, though. All right. And you can go sit over here. Thanks for your service. You know what? I just fucked up. I have fighter bombers. I'm thinking of Stalingrad again. Damn it. They're not guaranteed to come in on the first turn. I have to roll under the turn number unless I pay the 2 points to come on, which I did not pay. Yeah, I did not pay that -2, so they did not even come on. That was a good practice exercise. Now I know what to do. So that didn't happen. So nobody saw that. Nobody saw anything. We'll pretend that didn't happen. All right. I think that's going to be it for my defensive fire phase. Advancing fire phase, none. And we're into the road phase. And do we have any routes? You here? Not really, eh? Germans have to move. I need to get away from the flame as well. So let's go away to safety. Come back. Oh, wait, I do have a leader upstairs. It is allied leader, but I could benefit from that. I could benefit from that next turn. Again, it is an ally leader though, so. And then we do the Russians. All right, we're running out of space to jam these guys. 1.5 or 2.5 squads worth, so I'm going to be overstacked any way I look at it. Now this is 1.5 levels. I could move upstairs with my leader. Do I want to move my leader, or do I just want to leave those guys and let my A1 take up the slack? I think I want to let them move upstairs, and I think I'm going to let the A1 just do his hero thing. I think so. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Right, fire won't spread until the next advancing fire phase. I think we are set. We have advances to do. You're going to stay back here and get concealment. I think I'm going to put you back here for now. You're hiding in stone. Stone is better for that. That's fine. I'm not going to go uphill. It's only a half squad. I think I'm going to retreat, though. I mean, it is fortified. It's only wood, but it is fortified. An extra +1 might not be bad. You're going to come back to... No, you'll stay there. That's fine. Here. You're going to come downstairs because it is fortified stone. I need to buttress that up a lot more. Leader will stay up there to rally, and again, you're going to come into there. Let's come down one. Get off the roof. Oop. And you as well. I think that's a stairwell. Yeah. So those actually got to stay up on the first level, so I'm just going to have to move this guy down. And unfortunately, you're not going to have any acquisition. All right, I think we are set. All right, let's do close combat. Finish off a couple here. This is going to be a 1 to 4, so I'm going to need a 3. A 3, and he's going to be at 3 to 1. He's going to need an 8, so I need a 3. And he needs an 8. All right, so this guy's dead. And I can't repair it, so I'm going to get rid of that too. And here we have 1 to 2, so I need a 4. And a 2 to 1. That'd be enough. And that is that. So we can get some conceals on you. Oh, wait, you can't conceal there. You're going to come back here. And then you're going to conceal. Except for you. I never should have moved him, sorry. All right, so he's concealed. Who else? Nobody there, nobody there. You would not. No. You already are. So that's it for conceal, and then panics come off. All right, and we're into the turn 2. Not too bad. Things are moving along quite quickly. A lot quicker than I thought they would, to be honest. All right, let's look at win change. We have a 7. Now, we don't have any REs because I had to pay the points for that, and I don't want to, for a random chance of something happening. We have brokes. We got to fix. Let's start with our self-rallies. Do I have any? I don't think I do. Everything's with the leader. So let's start here. Oof. Here. This guy needs a 7. Can't wait to charge on my Berserk conscript squad. That's not what I want to do. Oh wait, I did have self-rally. I get 2, so 1, 2. And here it will be a 6 down for snake eyes and 3s. Alrighty, and then the Germans. So, you and the crew. That would be 9. Down 4 is a 5, so that would work. All right, and that's it. Into the prep fire we does. And let's start. Oh, wait, do I bring my bombers in? I need a 1? No. All right. This 7-0 command die roll. So he's in command, which means I can fire these guys into that concealed stack. So it's going to be a 6 up 2. So that's going to be a miss. Let's do you. And fire a 6 up 2. That's going to be a 1 check, which is a break. Very nice. We're going to move and claim territory. You are going to move. Get some real estate. You guys are in command, so let's fire. Oh, I should have activated that guy. Activated as a SS. 7 is nothing. So that means you guys are going to move instead. Should have been activated. Dummy. A1 is in charge. Large and in charge. All right, so move. Everybody's moving. Get some real estate. Can that tank do anything? Yes. Now you have no target, so you're just going to hang out. Line 1. Tank is panicking. Always one in the bunch, isn't there? Okay, maybe 2 in the bunch. You have to get out of that FFE. This A1 here. Oh, come on, man. All right, so the Berserk guy is charging, obviously. And you guys need to make your own. So let's start with that guy. Panicked and good. I'm going to move. I'm not going to fire. Four up, four. It's just not going to do shit. This tank here. I'm going to move. I'm not going to fire. So let me get rid of his acquisition. You are going to... I don't think I can see that. You're just going to hang on for now. And then this 7-0 here is frickin' panicked. Well, no artillery for me. And then you can hang out with him, keep him company. And you. No, we're going to fire him. So let's get a 8 firepower up to shot. No effect. And you. We're going to move. And then we need a leader here, A1. What do we got here? 9-2. Okay. He's in command. So you are. And then you are. So you guys are all going to move. He's in 9-1, which means he falls under the 9-2. So you guys are all going to move. Oh, wait. I got to fire upstairs, don't I? I have to be wary of this guy as well. So, before I do that, I'm going to fire this tank into that ground floor. One greater than my leadership, so don't panic, which is great. Let's fire 6 up to, or 6 doubled is 12 up 4 machine guns. So that's no effect. And now we're going to fire the main cannon into the ground floor. This should be a 9 or less to hit. So that's going to hit. Base 8. We are acquired. We have a leader, 2x range. And we require twice. We have a -5 with a +4. So yeah, it should be 9 or less to hit. So we hit. And on the 16 table. Come on, dud round. No! All right, intensifier. All right, so we hit. And on the 16. 10 on the 16 is an NMC again. All right, Venet is broken. The 248 is fine. Sniper. Sniper is not going to play today. How can I break that guy? Do I overrun him too? How would I do that? Spark up for 1. I'd have to drive through a wreck with smoke in bypass. What would that cost be? Would that be 2, 3 for the smoke? So that would be a total of 4. Right? That would be 4. 8 more for the actual entrance of the building. It's 12. And then 4 for the overrun, plus 1 in cost of terrain. That would be 17. I would have to do 1 excess speed breakdown. If I'm doing this correctly, it should cost me 17 move to move 1 hex and overrun into that location. Spark up for 1. You have a wreck and bypass, so it would cost 1 extra for that, plus the bypass, plus the smokes. That would be 5 total. 8 to enter the building would be 13. 4 for the overrun would be 17. And cost of terrain would be 18. So it would be 2 extra. And plus 1 for being a Russian. So I'd have to add a plus 3 to my excessive speed breakdown. And I would have to do a bog check. Because right now I would be paying a plus 7 if I want to shoot that tank. Because a pesky half squad will not let me freaking enter that location. Is that crazy, guys? What do you think? Is that crazy? Do I charge into that hex? What if I leave 1, pivot 2, start up for 1, exit for 2, turn for 3, enter for 8 would be 11. 4 for the overrun would be 15. And then it would be 16 for the cost of terrain. So I would not have to do excessive speed if I leave. And that way I avoid this whole thing. That's what we're going to do. All right, so I don't panic. That's great. We're going to move. You guys here are going to fire upstairs with a plus 3 for the smoke, 3 for the building, minus 1. So it's going to be plus 5 on the 24. Plus 5 on the 24. You guys are going to drop this, and you're going to fire 24 plus 4 into the top 4. Holy Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Why is it so hard to kill things? Why is it so hard to kill things? This guy's going to move. I'm going to fire the... Wait, there, he already made his 9-2. I'm going to fire the 12 firepower downstairs, 12 up to... I guess I'd have to pay for the vehicle too, wouldn't I? 12 up 3. 12 up 3 into the ground floor. You see this? Have you seen this? 10, 10, 11, 10. 2 6s. I hate the dice bot. I really hate the dice bot. I really hate the dice bot. Alrighty. Well, our heroic leader is going to try something heroic. He's going to fire at these guys with 8 firepower plus 2. 7 on the 8 is a 1 check for the 226. Broken and fine. Axe a sniper. We got a 1. All right, 1 to 3 is north. South sniper. You are going 4 for 3. 1, 2, 3. top down. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to land on you. That just fired are broken. I guess it could have been worse. All right, so what are you going to do? You're just going to hang out, wait for this guy to get off his ass. You guys are going to wait. I can't move. I have no protection in here. This is death. If I move, I'm going to get a flamethrower, right? Or else I'm going to get shot to shit moving in the open. I could dash into the ground floor. That would be something. Dash through E38 into the ground floor. That would give me a little bit of life. No guarantees I'll make it, but at least I'll be able to live a little bit. So we're going to do that. So I'm going to make a command dial for the 527. Barely, but he did. So we're going to move him. This 70 command die roll. Yeah. How do I really feel? Let me wonder. How do I feel? I hate it. Just a little bit too random. I really got to get working on my freaking dice camera is what I really got to do. You're 8-0. This guy has to make his own. He just failed. All right, so you're panic. You're not doing shit anyways. What about that guy? What's he doing? Well, that's a waste. But at least he's entering the fray. All right, now we're going to go to move. And we'll come to this in a second. Let's start up here. And we'll go... All right, if I move into here using non-assault, this guy would get a activation check. You would get an activation check. So let's do that. This guy here is gonna non-assault into H28. So activation here. We have Wehrmacht. Hey, Hexy. At least you're out golfing, man. Nice weather out there, eh? Damn, we just had about 2 or 3 inches of snow drop on us last night. We thought we were done with this crap. 6. 6 is I think it's an armed half squad. Yeah, it is. So we're gonna have a 6. Wehrmacht is a 468, 248 half squad. With a medium. All right, so we're going to unload with a 4 up, 1 shot. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. We have a pin. That's a phenomenal shot. All right, so then we have 2 residual and a rate of fire. Now you are going to come into this location. And before I get too far ahead, I got to keep track of what areas I've grabbed. This is my start line. All right, so that there. Now you're going to fire again. So it's going to be a 8 up 2. That was the assault move. 8 up 2 is a miss, rate of fire. So I guess I don't need that yet. Let's fire again, 8 up 2. And Jesus frick. So that's a 2 check. Okay. I guess we don't need that. Now, for my Lex trick, let's bypass for 1. And we'll come into here for 3. Now you're screwed because your arc is going to be this way. So you can't swing that puppy around, but you're going to activate. And you rolled a 6, so that's good. All right, so we got, that was 3. I still have to get this area here, so let's get, actually you're going to advance into that. Now, how do I get you there? You can come here for 2. You come here for 3. Again, you're kind of screwed. You first fired. You could final fire just yourself, not the squad, or not the heavy or medium, and fire a 2. That would be non-assault -1, so it would be 2 -1. So that's a damn good shot. So a 4 on the 2 is a 1 check. Pinned. That's a damn good shot. This guy's really doing well. So we had a 4 residual in this. I'm not putting my residual down. 4 here. We have a 1 here. And then these guys here are going to move. So this is going to be 3. This here will activate. Yep. And we have RHA. We have a 6 as an armed half squad, which is going to be a 10. And that is a arrow cross. And they are using a frickin' heavy. Jesus. Alrighty. So that's going to be on the 2 up 2. Well, that is a gone weapon. Thanks for coming out. And they are ELR'd. Except I can't. What does a Aerocross turn into? I think they're disrupted. Aerocross, they are NA from disruption. _ morale are considered first line emissary of the services. Yeah, so they are disrupted. Oh no, wait, their disruption is NA. So there's no consequence for freaking rolling a 12. Okay, well, you're broken. There is that. And yeah. All right, you're getting out of this way, so let's go to here for 3. You have 4 move. You're gonna go 1, bypass 2, 3, 4. Wait, you got 3 move. No. You have 5 move because the leader's going to take one of those portage points off you. You don't want to do that though because you're going to get shot. So you're going to come back to here and you'll advance in. Let's advance into here like a suicidal maniac. This guy here is going to try not to panic. He's going to fire 4 flat. Nothing. Almost frickin' ELR'd. And then we're going to fire this guy here. And it's going to be an 8 flat shot. There's a 1 check. And break. you're done, so no rate of fire. Now you, oh wait, I forgot to move him first. That's fine. So we'll start with this guy here. And you're going to first fire your medium, going to be 4, down 2. Nice shot. That gun is gone as well. And you are ELR'd, so I have to replace you with a first line Hungarian 137. Wait, you didn't break. You didn't break. You just ELR'd. Or didn't ELR, I should say, sorry. Yeah, so you're going to final fire with your 4 down 2 shot. So that's going to be a 5 on the 4 is a 1 check. And you're fine. Sniper. Sniper's hot. We have the South Sniper that goes 1 for 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess we have a pick a choice here. So let's go onto the ground floor here. We have a hero. And we'll pick our chances here. So this would be the hero and the squad. So the hero gets it. And I rolled a 1. So the hero is gone. And this guy needs to take a morale check, which he passes. Right, back to here. Now you guys are kind of screwed. You're just going to be beating yourselves against the wall because they're fortified. That's fine. And now I can do this guy here. So we're going to go start for 1, 2. 3. Oh, I'm going to go in. We're going to go into the building. So this is going to be 4 for downhill because of the snow. 12 because of the enter the building. 4 for the overrun will be 16, and then 1 for the cost of terrain. So it's going to be, I maybe add an extra one just because. So it's going to need excessive speed with a +2. So +2 excessive speed. All right, so I don't break down my engine. Now we got to do a bog check. Single-story buildings a -1. Wood is the -1. So I don't go through the cellar or don't rubble. And now I can do my overrun attack with a 12 table. 12 up 3. That's going to be a pinning task check. So the 447 and the 227. So they're fine. Nobody's pinned. I'm in the building, and they're kind of screwed. Well, it's all right. I guess it's all right. I love driving into buildings nowadays. I need one more building dip back here, so let's go to claim that for 1, 2, 3. We'll stop there so I don't get shot. And back to the right side. Let's do... You guys are going upstairs. The vehicle. All right, so start for 1. We're going to exit the building for 2. This is going to activate this guy. He's a 6. Pivot for 3. We're going to enter this building for 11. Do a bog check and an overrun. What? That should have been my attack. No. 11. Overrun's going to cost us 15, and 1 for cost train is 16. So we are in the building. We are not bogged. However, it is a single hex building. I think I went into the cellar. I think I may have rubbled a building because I rolled a 1. Single story house. It is not single story and it's not wooden, but I rolled a 1. It's got to be 0 or less. So I did not fall into the cellar. Yeah. All right, so I didn't rubble the building. That's good. So my attack now goes off. I need a 12 firepower with a +4. Yeah. Well, it was nice. Nice while it lasted. At any rate, those guys are DM'd if not already. And yeah. I wonder if I should do a Panzerfaust check on this guy here while he was out here. I'd have to pay the backblast penalty of attacking myself, but it might be worthwhile. Probably not. Maybe this guy here, though. Any rate, let's go other moves. So what am I going to do with you guys? I can't put you in the building because I'm going to have to move out of that building because of the flame that might be spreading this advancing fire phase. But I don't really have a choice. What if I move you in and then move you into advanced? Yeah, I could do that. Let's do that. All right, you're going to go in into here. Sit at the bottom. You're going to go up into close combat while the other guys move around. You guys are fine. You here finally going to enter the play. Oh, right into this frickin' Panzer IIA. Pivot that way. You're going to enter play. That is a 1 movement factor in your line of sight. That means motion target +1, +2. That would be a 6 or less to hit. You have heat. And you have an overscored 105, which I think means you only have AP. Overscored, I believe, means AP only. Underscored, I believe, is HE only. Oh, you cannot fire AP, so he doesn't have any AP. He only has HE. Oh, derp. Um, all he has is heat. HE, heat 5. Vehicle, heat. 105 is a 15. Frontal armor is 11, so he would need a 4 less to kill. That's not going to happen, really. Yeah, I've been getting kind of lucky with this guy here with his 105. It's been shit. Gotta be honest, it's been shit. So that's 2 movement points, eh? I'm gonna stop for 3. This guy here is going to roll to see if he panics. He does not. He's gonna fire heat. Try and hit my tank. So that would be 2 movement factors in my line of sight, which means he only has to pay +3 to hit. So 7 or less and he'll hit. But he needs a 5 or less because that's his depletion number. Alright, so he has no heat. Alright, so he's out of heat. All he has is HE. And what can a 105 HE do to a tank? I don't think very much. HE 105 at 10. Yeah, he cannot penetrate with that. So he is pretty well screwed. So I'm just going to wait, fire my defensive fire phase or advancing fire phase. Now I'm going to do other stuff with you guys. So let's do him. Wait. I can do a flamethrower attack. That will be on the 12th table. A flamethrower will attack with an 8. 4 because it's long range. Armor factors are NA. A 4 or less and it'll kill the tank because it's long range. I may as well. Will they panic? They do not. Let's do a 4 or less. No. Oh, he's out of flame. Well, there goes that. All right. Well, not a strong showing by the Axis this day. Back to you. You're going to stash into the basement of EEE37 through this hex here. So let's start with you. Oh, first line panic. So you're first line, so you panic. This guy does not. And that means we're going to get a 2 firepower attack with -2. Now I could fire with this guy here too. Does he panic? He does not. That would be a 4 down 2. 4 down 2. 6 on the 4 is an NMC. Come on, man, really? This guy's going to dash through here and into the ground floor here. So we're going to final these guys here. You're going to final protective fire, which means you're going to have to fire your extra firepower. So that's going to be, so this will be 2, halved and doubled, 2. This will be 7 halved and doubled, so that'll be a total of 9, and then another halved and doubled to 10. So it's going to be on the A table with the -2. So 5 on the 8 is going to be a 1 check. You exceeded your morale, so you're going to be broken. When you panic, if you exceed your morale, you break your final protective fire. So he exceeded his morale, and I'd have to do 1 check. Not quite. Well, trying to make inroads. It's almost working. Not quite, but it's almost is. All right. Is there anything else I want to risk? Oh yeah, residual. So we had 4 there. No, we had 4 here, and then we had 2 here. Let's try this guy here. I wish I had some smoke. I really wish I do. We're gonna try it again. We're gonna take some residual. So it's gonna be a 2 down 2. No effect. And then we're going to do this guy and this guy. So it's gonna be 12 halved is 6 down 3. See if we can get some result. Nice. All right, so these guys are going to ELR, and this guy will make it into the ground floor. Random selection. So we have a 447 and the 838. So the 447 will ELR, and because of ammo shortage, and that'll be that. This guy is in the cellar, so you can't see. And I don't think anything else will either. These are 1.5. This guy would actually activate up here. Uh, 1.5. He's on the second level. So this would not be a blind hex to him. So the second and the first roof level would activate. So let's see, the roof is a 6. That's a dummy. And then the second level is a 3. It's going to be RHA. And we have a 9, which is a half squad, fortification, and a gun. Half squad is a 7. 447 regular. Are we fortified? We are not, so no gun. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be a 1 down 2 shot. Yeah, so no effect. 5 on the well, it's a pinning. So he's good. And he lives to tell the tale. Very nice. Okay, we made inroads across the road. Nice, very nice. And I don't think I want to try it again. I could fire you here, but again, I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. Do I push it or do I not? I don't know if I want to do that. I could fire a 6 up 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Let's advance this guy into this location here. Ready to receive broken dudes. Oh, not what I want. Do I just advance? And you guys can come there. Yeah, all right, that's enough of that. Let's go to defending fire. Do they get an artillery strike? 35 says negative. All right. Get rid of residual. And do they have any other first final fires? I forgot to move you guys. Let's go here. 2, 4. That would be a +2. 3 hexes away too much. These guys here are going to go 2. Oh, that would be a 4 up 1. Let's do that. Okay, well, you just freaking... You can't ELR. Damn it. Arrow cross does not disrupt, so you can't be ELR'd. And we're going to lose this, and we're going to come to this location. So... All right, my one tank. I forgot to move. Spark up for 1, 2, 3, 4. Where do I want to go? Probably over here. Let's go 5, 6, 7 for the snow. 8. We'll stop there. Now we can go back to the defensive fire. We'll start with you up here. And you do not panic because you're elite. So we'll fire a 4 up 2. 7 on the 4s of pinning. That's enough to DM. And then we're going to fire... let's try a shot from the bottom onto this one here. I clipped the building. All right, do I break my gun? I do. Shit. That was bad. That was bad. I didn't mean to do that. All right, and you're going to ELR to a 447. 247. No. 137. This one here is going to adjust because we have no units underneath it. And we're going to roll randomly 6 for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Skerdoosh. Very nice. All right, target hex. No rubble. This location here. We have a 6 up 2 is a NMC. For these guys. So NMC for the leader. He just got there and he's pinned. The 527 is broken. Nope, pinned. So they're both pinned in an OBA. This guy here. I guess it helps if I do the attack first. Is a miss. No result. And that's fine. And now this gets flipped over to an FFEC continuation. So there's a chance this may come back to bite me in the ass again. But there's also a chance, because it's access, that it may be canceled easier. You're not point firing, only at 1 firepower. Here, you're at 2. Not much hope. And in this location, you got no heat. You still had, so you haven't really fired yet. So you're going to fire HE onto this location. Let's hit. Unless you roll that, and you just bipped your gun. So you are disabled, my friend, and you are going to be recalled. Well, that is sucks. I just realized this guy should have been activated from this unit that's in the street. Let's go with the IFE, and we're gonna do an 6 firepower attack up 3. No effect. No point firing. Here we have 4, 8, 8 up 2. That's a 1 check. So our 7 on the 4. So that's going to be a loss of concealment, which means you need a pinning task check. You're fine. And this guy is dead. And then we need a 1 check. So that would be a 7 or less. 1, 2. So you're dead. Or half squad. And the other guy's fine. Groovy. All right, and we had rate on the medium. Let's do it again. So it's going to be a 4 up 2. Oof. 5 on the 4 is another 1 check. So our panicked leader can't handle the heat. He finally breaks. Now our half squad is dead. And the other guy is fine. We have allied sniper. We got a sniper. Hey, look at that. Stealth sniper that goes 1 for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it's going to be landing on you up here. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have my choice. So you're fortified. You're not. You're not. You're not. Let's land on the 9-1. And we have a 9-1 and a squad. So the 9-1 buys it. And this guy takes in -1 morale check, which he passes. All right, not too bad. Okay, that's it for the defensive fire phase, advancing fire. Let's spread some glorious flame. Favorite part about it. Do we burn the building beside us? We do not. Thankfully, it is winter, so we don't have to worry about that much. And any advancing fire, we have you. Assault fire is going to be a 6 up 2. No effect. You'll keep your conceal. That'll be a 6, 8. Oh wait, you're pinned. So that's going to be 5 down to 2.5. Down to 1.25, up to 2.5. Round up will be 3. Will be on the 4 table with a +3. 4 up 3. No effect. 4 up 3. 6 on the 4s and NMC. So this guy is gone. And the 226 is broken. NMC. No, he's pinned. Alrighty. I'm not going to fire the tank. No points. No points. No points. You're fine. Already did this. Here we already did this. You're going to keep your concealment, go up into combat. This location here, you're going to fire upstairs 6 up 3. Yeah, 6 up 3. No effect. And this tank is going to fire onto the Panzer IIA and get acquisition. I'm not going to hit because I need +5. Buttoned up is +6. I don't think I'm going to hit. What do I need? I need a base 10. I've moved. Is a +2. Slow turret. Well, turret is a +4. Buttoned up is +5. There's nothing for target. That's going to hit. I'm actually going to hit this guy. I am going to hit. All right, so one shot, maybe one kill. You have a 2 on the lower body, and I'm going to kill you with an 85 long, which will pin on the 17 down 2, 3 hexes away, nothing for that. So you're going to be a flame on anything that is 7 or less. 7 or less is a flame. Get rid of all your counters. Skerdoosh. Alrighty. Well done. Well done. Good shooting guns. And that's going to be it for advancing fire. So we can get rid of this. And then we can do route phase. Get rid of preps. Residual defense. What's broken and has to run. All right. So over here, we're going to go to... Wait. I can't come this way, so you're going to have to come back here. You're going to come back to there too. Um, hmm. Yeah, I guess you guys are out fine. Oh, I was supposed to move this guy here. You're going to jump in with this guy here. You have to move as well. So let's go back to the leader. You're going to come here to the leader. You have to move as well. So let's come back to the leader. And that's fine. Now you are screwed. No quarters in effect, so you're always going to use low crawl, except you only have open ground. But I guess you're just going to use your low crawl 1 hex. And you guys are fine. Okay, so that is that. Let's go to advance phase. And let's close the noose. Oop, not what I want to do. Unfortunately, you're pinned. I really love to jump on top of that guy, but it's not going to happen. You, however, will. I've been, I think, a bit remiss in checking for Panzerfaust usage. I probably should have been doing that. You're going to come here. Hopefully you don't get shot. Don't forget your heavy. All right, so we said you're going upstairs. Take that with you. Hopefully you ambush and do hand-to-hand. You guys are... What am I going to do with you? I can't move in here yet because you're still frickin' alive. Oh, I forgot to move this guy. You guys have to leave. Um, First of all, this guy's gone for failure to route. He's got nowhere to go because there's a tank right below him. This guy here has to leave the location. There's a frickin' half squad keeping me from entering that location. One pesky half squad is keeping me from going in. I cannot engage him until I kill him. How do I do that? You guys are going into there. You're a conscript. I can't send you in. You're gonna go there. The conscript would be lax, and it would penalize me in ambush, so I'm not going to do that. You guys are going to... where do I want to put you here? Let's put you under the tank, give you some protection. And that way you can blast those guys out of that building, maybe. Let's, for that reason, put you here. So that you can attack them from that direction, get some kind of crossfire going. That's probably stupid. I shouldn't do that. Yeah, that would be silly. Here in this location, I'm going to go... Do I go up into combat or do I go into the fortified location? I think this would be a smarter play. Although, the panic is gone because you're broken. If I move into this location, I can engage and kill a half squad. Force this guy to stay DM'd. But I got to worry about a Venet kicking my teeth in because he's stealthy. And you're going to come there. All right, you're going to come there. I really don't know what to do in that corner, to be honest. Yeah. All right. I think we're done with the advances and the route. Let's go to the close combat phase. Call the Russian turn a wrap. All right, so we have ambush. We have Russians at a 5, Hungarians at a +1. They're at a 3, so no ambush. We are 5-2. That should be enough. 6 to 5-2, 2-1. I need a 7, so I kill him. He's coming back at 1-5. Is a 2 or less he needs. Yeah. All right, in this location we have a, is that a first line? Yes. All right, so normal ambush. Russian is at a 3, Hungarian's at a 1. No ambush, and 4-2, so 2-1. not enough, and 1 to 2 is not enough. Over here, we have a concealed unit, so it's a -2 is a 0, and we have a normal German who is at a 5. We have ambush, so 5 to 3 should be a 3 to 2 at least. Yeah, so I need an 8 with a -1, so I kill him. And I keep my concealment. Nice. All right. This location here, this guy needs a patsy, which he fails. And then in here, normal ambush, Russian, German, no ambush, 3 to 2, and then 1 to 2, no ambush, no kill. All right, here, same thing, Russian, German, no ambush, 3 to 1, and 1 to 4. Nope. Well, that could have gone a little better. What are we looking at? So far, we are looking at 22 kills. Now, one thing, by the way, if you weren't aware, the although I do have the Hungarian campaign, it does not track Van A or probably Aerocross. Yeah, it doesn't track this, so there's actually 23. Just something to bear in mind if you ever use this extension in your games. It doesn't track the campaign units. Alrighty, so that is that. Let's go do the Hungarians, and I think we're going to wrap it up today. All right, win change 8. I think we said 7 is their RE. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Rallies. We have a guy here on the street. Another 5 hours, Pugs, you think? Maybe after supper. We'll see. I've got to take a break and eat there in a couple hours. That's 1. This would be 2. This fella here needs snake eyes. Not too bad. And a normal rally here. No. And then we have the Russians. So we need a 4. A 4. This guy needs a 4. This guy needs a 6, I think. Nope. We need a 10. Nope, 6. What a shit day for rallies. Oof. And a 9 for that guy. Only got 1. And this guy needs a 4. All right, enough of that. And we can get into the prep fire. Do they get artillery? 21, I believe, is a no. Yeah, no. So we'll start with this one here. Do they get a continuation? That would be no. What is my ruling again on that? Yeah, right here. On after 15 gen, there's a +2 to continuation. Yeah, so they this is gone. Now, if they get a second FFE, there's always going to be one of them that's going to be an 80 millimeter, so I'll keep that one handy just in case. All right, this comes off. That stays on. That stays on because of the adjacency. And of course, Buddy's in the open there. Let's see what we can shoot up. Try and kill some freaking Russians. I guess we'll keep you guys under DM. So let's do a activation is fine. So this is going to be a 4-up-3. That'll be enough to DM. What are you going to do, my friend? I'm going to move you, even though that's a fire command. And here on the first floor, you're going to move. That's going to be a move. I don't think you're going to trench when you're in upper building level. You're not going to move. Actually, you're in a fortified location. You're going to stay where you are. Although you're a conscript, I really don't need you right there. Up here, what are you going to do? You're going to move, try and get into the fortified location. Hugh, you're going to move, and we'll fire this guy here, providing he doesn't do that. All right, so 6 firepower, attack. What do we want to put you? We do have a tank. We can't pen. Half squad, or we can try these guys here. I think we'll do that. So 6-up-3. No effect, but we can DM. No rate. You guys are engaged. Here we have you. Let's do a Panzerfaust check. Point blank into that tank. You're German half squad. Now, Panzerfaust is +1 for half squad, -1 for 1945. You need to be a 4 or less. Wrong, 3 or less. So those two cancel out. And I believe you would have one. You would have one. So you're going to fire Panzerfaust point blank into that tank. So you give a base 10 to hit. This thing's gonna brew up. No problemo. You're screwed up here. Okay, you're gonna be moving, barring panic. Yeah, okay, so you're gonna be moving. So let's put that up there. All right, Panzerfaust coming in to hit. All right, so that is a turd hit. Now anything but a 12, and this thing is in flames. All right. I believe it's a 31 to kill. 31, down 11 is a 20. It's not less than half, so it's actually not burning. It is just eliminated. It's eliminated, so there's a chance for crew survival, which is a 6. So crew's not surviving, so these guys are dead. All right. So we have a wreck in the building. Put that at the bottom. We don't need that there anymore. And you guys have prep fired. So that was okay. Drove into a couple of buildings, caused a little bit of chaos. We had fun. All right, now we can do other stuff. 6 sub 1, not doing shit. You're moving. You guys are engaged here as well, so let's do the same. Activation roll, so you don't panic. You're going to check for Panzerfaust, which you do have. You're going to fire one into its ass. And you frickin'... Question for the quorum there. Would they get a TEM for being in the building? You would get a TEM for being in the building, wouldn't you? Which means this here was the first building, which is fortified. That'd be a +4, which means that would have missed. This is a +3, which means that would have missed too, wouldn't it? Because you're in a building, you get the TM for that, don't you? I think I just missed that or messed that up. Anybody know in chat there that can help a feller out? I think that's the case. Train modifications to anti-vehicle fire. Yes, yeah, right there. The TEM occupied by target vehicles added to either that they hit. Well, it was a nice shot. Anyway, you look at it, it was a nice shot. All right, so you've prep fired. You missed. This guy prep fired, and he missed. Now we're going to fire this gun, except I can't fire outside my hex because the building's in, and I can't penetrate because it's only frickin', well, wait a minute, it's a 40 long, and I might be able to hit the 6 armor in the rear. Can I penetrate that? 6, that's a 40 long. Is a 10. There's a chance I could pen it with a +1 for local, or for the caliber size. That would be an 11. There's a chance I could hit it. So let's roll. I need a 10 or less. So I hit it in the hull, and now I need to determine where I hit it because it's in the same hex. Good guess, Bugs. Good guess. In the same hex, where does it hit? Color die of the hit die roll determines the target facing. So it's a 4 is a side shot. So I hit the hull. There's a chance I can penetrate if I roll really low on the to kill. You know what? I think it almost is beer time. I need a really low roll. Okay, so we said it was a 40 long is a base 10. Caliber brings it up to an 11. Side armor is only a 6. So on a 5 or less, I can penetrate the side. Rear shot would be nice. It would have been an extra +1, but I don't get that. Yeah, it would have been extra +1 to the kill if it was from the rear, but it's not. All right, well, that is missed it by 1. So that's going to be, that was a hull hit. Right, so, results table. We got non-HE, 1 greater final to kill, possible shock from a direct hit. So I need to do morale check, which they fail because AFVs are elite non. No, he passes because they're elite squad, and non-AFV are non-elite squad. So 628s are the elite squad, so they have an 8 morale. So he passes, so they're fine. All right. However, I did roll a 4, which means that I missed my shot rate of fire by 1. I'm going to intensify though. I may as well. I'm inside the hex here, so why not? Let's intensify, and I get another shot off. I do hit. This time I hit the turret. Now that is up armored, so this is going to be an 8. So this time I need a 3 or less. Wrong. That is a frontal. No, wait, that's a rear. That's a rear shot. So I'm going to get the extra +1, which means I'm looking at a 10, 11, 12, down 8. It's going to be a 4 or less. I need a 4 or less to get a kill. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that's a kill. Survival. We have crew survival in the hex. So they are not good order, which means my berserk unit can now enter if they live through the close combat. So crew survives, and we have a wreck. That is very cool. Very cool. Awesome. That worked. I cannot believe that actually worked. All right, so we have a crew inside the building. I guess they're not a melee yet. Or no, wait. How would that work? Inherent crew. If your vehicle's destroyed, you're in the hex. Crew survival. Six, 9. What is that? Survival. I assume that they're not in close combat or melee yet. They're only in close combat. I believe that is the case. I don't think they're going to be engaged yet, so there are going to be chances of ambush and all the rest of it. I don't think they're destroyed. Hmm. Interesting. 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 ting. All right, so what else we got to shoot? I broke my gun before, so that's not good. What else can I do? I guess you. What am I gonna do with the 137? Not much. So let's do you up here. We're gonna fire. We're gonna do a 4 up 2 shot into that. You're not concealed. 4 up 2. That's not gonna cower. 6 on the 4 is an NMC. Come on, man, really? And we have rate, so we may as well go again. 4 up 2. Again. Heat of battle. Oh, Scheiße. Yep, we got another Berserk Russian. Well, you got another Berserk Russian coming right at you. So let's go again. And that's going to be a miss finally. So we're done. And then we can go to Move Monte. And we'll start down here. Let's go down to the ground for 2. This would be 4 into the ground floor here. You know, join your friend up there in combat. Even the odds a little bit more. Do I want to fire on that? This 7-0 command die roll, yes. No? Come on. All right, so he panicked. Let's try this 628 and the other guy. Nope. So you panic too. So I'm not going to bother firing. I'm just going to keep my concealment. Luckily, panic is not a concealment loss activity. You here are going to go downstairs into the fortified location. You're going to go downstairs for 1, outside for 2. That'll be 3. I guess that would be 2 because of the smoke, so that would be 4 there actually. So that's fine. That's fine. And then you are going to descend for 3 down to the ground floor, and you'll advance into that location for your next party trick. You're going to go downstairs. You're going to pick up your gun. Or not. Oh, wait, you got to do Patsy. Which you pass. Okay, so you're going to enter the fray. You're going to try and pick up your gun, which you failed to do. All right, and that's it for that. Defending fire phase. And what do we want to shoot? I need a command die roll from this guy. And that means these guys can fire here. So let's do one for you as well. Let's do separate rolls. This will be a 8 up 2. Pitting task check. You're fine. This guy here. Panic. The other guy. Fine. So that'll be a 6 up 2. Nothing. You. 6 up 2. This guy here, which means you can fire your 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be 8 firepower into the top floor, up 3. That'll be a painting task check for the leader and the crew. I guess that would be tripled. Probably have to, so I'm not going to bother firing that. You guys are engaged in melee, and I don't think I can do anything else there. Here, let's do this guy that just moved. So he's going to be firing on the 12 table up 4. No effect. You guys are going to fire 24 up 6. 10 on the 24 is 1 check. 1 check for this 8-0. Pinned, the 228 is gone. And the 248 is broken. Holy shit, it finally worked. And I cannot believe they actually made that shot. Can I pick that up? Supposed to pick that up in the other phase. Let's fire an HE shell into that thing there and try and kill the infantry. That'll miss. Probably scare the lights out of the tank crew that's in there. You're not going to fire. Nothing here is going to fire. You are going to fire into this location here. Get some acquisition. And that's a buttoned up and a +4. So 3 or less to hit. Critical. That'll work. That'll work. On the 30 table with a -4 for something. So we have 1, 2 units. This is the squad. This is the gun crew. So the gun crew gets it. And they are at a 2 on the 30, which is a 4K, which is going to kill the gun and the crew. And a 6 on the 16 is going to be a 2 check for the squad. So this and this is gone. This guy gets a 2 check. And he is broke. I have rate, but I'm not going to use it. And actually, I'm going to use it on these guys here. Let's do that. We'll swing fire right. So this is going to be buttoned up, 2x range cancel. It's going to be a +4, so a 4 less will hit. And I don't. All right, so that's fine. And that'll be that. Let me go advancing fire, spread some glorious flame again. So we have 2 flames to worry about here. Let's do this one first. Do we spread into the ground floor of X38? We don't. What about here? We don't. All right, no flame spreading. Any advancing fire? Not really. So let's go to road phase. And you'll continue moving for 3, for 5. Uh, 2, 4. That'll be 3, 4, 5. You're going to join them in this hex here. And then you have to keep going as well, eh? Where are you going to go? You should probably go downstairs and get away from there. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will put you here. And for the Russians, I don't think we have to do any kind of retreating. Let's go advance. You're definitely going to have to pull back. You'll go upstairs, join the melee. You may as well go downstairs. Up there. And you are going to come into... Well, I was going to send you that way, but I think you're just going to come back this way. Be a strong point there, may as well. And that'll be it for that. So then we can go to close combat and finish off. So we had one here where the tank crew got out. So we have 6 to 1. We have ambush, I guess. So the Hungarians with a -1, so that's 0. And the Russian crew is 2. So no ambush, 6 to 1. And the crew is going to take on the 227. So no ambush. So that's fine. They're done. Really wasn't expecting much of that anyways. Here, this battle just won't die. We have 1 to 2 and then 2 to 1. 1 to 2 and then 2 to 1. No effects still going on. Here, same thing. We have 3 to, or 1 to 2 and then 3 to 2. Jesus. All right, now we have 1 to 2 and then 1 to 1. Killed the Russian. Russian did not attack back. Take your DC and go. All right, what are we looking at here for casualties? 28, 29 to 19. Not too bad. By the way, the victory conditions, if I didn't say, are I need to have collected 20 more stone building locations than I started with. So right now, looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Once I get that, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We got 15 building locations so far, so need another 5. Not doing too bad. But we've been at for 4 hours. I'm going to stop here. And it's going not too bad. So I got to clean up these tables. I've been making a lot of mistakes. If you've been here at the beginning, this table is a complete abomination. I got to clean it up. The 40 longs can't be inside a building because they're too big. The artillery piece is probably too big to be inside a building as well, which basically leaves 75 long AT and maybe the 20 that can fit in there. So I'm going to have to clean up those tables as well. I might be on later tonight. We'll see how that goes. But thank you guys very much for sticking around for the last 4 hours. Hopefully this has been entertaining. Bit of a teaser of what I'm working on next too is Bridge Too Far. Bridge Too Far is coming on. I'll be working on that there. So Bridge Too Far ASL Solitaire is coming to the presses sometime after Festung Budapest, after Camp Piper. And yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that there. So again, thank you guys very much for coming out there. And I want you guys to stick around and catch up to me later on. Whenever I get back to it, I'll post it on my channel. And again, Discord guys, thank you very much. You guys have a great night. See you guys later. Bye-bye.